it because it is simply amazing and allows you to distinguish things a lot better. Throughout the video, I'll be to know. Let's start with how do we get them. You need to complete the wall within questline. You gain access to the moat amp. This amp is not that good, but it is a starter amp to be fair. You will need to use this moat amp in order to gain standing with Onko found in Cetus by farming your first few Eidolons. Gathering sentient cores, you can do so in a group, you don't need to do a solo, or you can watch a beginner guide and so on. I need to do an updated Eidolon guide, so that's going to take me some time. Other than that, you don't need to go crazy with doing all three, just do the first one, slowly start building up your quill standing and handing them in. Here you will gain access to more amp parts and arcanes. You do get more amp parts with the Little Duck in Fortuna. In order for you to unlock Little Duck, you need to be rank 5 with Yuduko for your Solaris standing. Then you can talk to Little Duck. In order for you to upgrade Little Duck, you need to hand in toroids, which can be farmed in various places in the open world of the Orb Palace. Both of these standings are incredibly important and should be focused on at some point through your playtime. These two vendors are also where you get operator arcanes and amp arcanes too. Great, so you know where to get the amp parts, but they're just parts. What does that mean? Well, amps are comprised of 3 parts: the prism, scaffold, and brace. Once you have the desired part for each type, you can then head on over to Quill or Little Duck to build your specific amp combination. Once you have built it, you can see it in your operator section under equipment. Now, you're not done just yet. After crafting, you'll need to level up your amp to level 30. Once it reaches level 30, you can head back to either Onko or Little Duck to guild your amp. This will then reset you back to 0. Once you then level that up again, you will finally gain the respective master rank points for each amp. When you guild your amp, you can also name it. The prism of amps are the parts that give you the master rank points. There are 7 different prisms in total, excluding the moat amp and Sirocco, which you get after completing the New War quest. That makes 9 amps in total for master rank, which allows for 27,000 master rank points from all of the amp. Guilding also allows you to have an amp arcane adapter. You can have 2 amp arcane adapters. One from guilding, the second from Caballero in the Zaramon. He is very important since he gives you incarnate weapons and of course a second amp arcane slot, which makes your amps a whole lot better. Okay, so now we know how to build them, guild them, and gain mastery points from amps. Let's quickly explain the amp ammo mechanics. Both the prisms and the scaffold will drain your energy pool, or what I simply just call your amp ammo. This bar right here. You have infinite ammo and acts like a battery mechanic. Every amp has a 2-second delay before it begins to recharge its ammo, recharging at a rate of 30 per second. Your brace parts of the amp and focus schools can affect the amount of ammo, recharge rate, and reduce the delay. When you fire with your amp, you have a chance to proc a void status effect, which will create a little mini Zartus Whisper bubble, which creates a bullet attractor.
No prices at all. Go run fast. Hey y'all, stop what y'all doing. If y'all want a real phone, order free, run to Tag. This girl told me about Tag, and I was like, I don't believe it. I signed up. I was approved within a day. My phone came in 4 days. And
effect, which will create a little mini Zartus Whisper bubble, which creates a bullet attractor. First, let's talk about all of the prisms. The prisms are the first part of the amp, and this will affect the main fire. Like I mentioned, the prism is the part that actually gives you the master rank. It also determines the picture in the arsenal, allowing you to distinguish which one is which, and of course if you have named it differently. The scaffold affects the secondary fire to the amp, often being a bit more hard-hitting and drains a lot more ammo from the amp. Your brace provides stat bonuses, ranging from amp ammo efficiency to recharge to crit and more. This leads me on to the amp table. There are 7 different parts for each type, so the community has created the amp table that looks as follows. This organizes them under numbers. For example, the Rat Black Prism, the Panka Scaffold, and the Clapcrib Brace will be the 111. You get the idea here. It's just a nice way to remember the combinations without having to remember the exact names per se, as they can get a little confusing and a lot to remember. Learn the amp table, love it because it is simply amazing and allows you to distinguish things a lot better. Throughout the video, I'll be mentioning the numbers and parts so you know, but it's good to start learning them. Fun fact, there are 343 possible amp combinations, which is a lot, to say the least. Point being, there is lots of variety, and I encourage you to try any combination that you think is cool, and I'm going to quickly brush over all the different parts. I'll be quick so that we can move on to the arcane mods and finally the best amp combinations in 2026. If you don't care about this, then you can just skip to the section that you want. Let's talk about the prisms first, and then their different fire modes. The first one is the Raplac Prism. This is a semi-auto fire beam, very precise and accurate, has very long range, does lots of damage, but it can be a bit slow. It's very, very good for single targets, but it's not good for clearing groups of enemies. The Schwark Prism is a semi-auto medium-range wave projectile that has infinite body punch-through, good for ammo efficiency, and it does do impact procs, and it has very low crit chance, so just be wary of that. The Granmu Prism is a 3-round burst grenade. It has very high crit chance, and the grenades explode in a 3.5 meter radius, dealing initial hit damage as well as explosive damage. It can shoot very far if you aim high enough, and its energy economy is not so bad. It does have low status chance, so that's something to keep in mind, and explosions will inflict self-stagger, which is irritating at times. Then we have the Vran Prism. This is a fully auto amp that has very high crit, high fire rate, and high accuracy, and very good energy efficiency, but it has low status chance. This one has grown on me quite a lot. I'm having lots of fun with this lately, and I can recommend this one to you. Then we have the Cantic Prism, my personal favorite prism out of all of the amp combinations. This is by far the best in my eyes. It's a 3-round burst with rapid fire rate, very high crit chance, long range, good energy economy, but it does have low status chance. This thing is perfect for speed, damage, and just versatility. It is fantastic. Then we have the Lego Prism. This is the flamethrower with high status chance, a wide range, but it has super low crit and crit multiplier. It doesn't really do so much damage compared to the others, but if you're using Matarai, for example, and so on, it is pretty strong. Then we move on to the Clamora Prism. This is a wide range beam that does a ton of damage in instances. It has high crit damage multiplier, high fire rate, and shreds through your energy economy, so just be wary of that. The beam has a thickness of 2 meters. It has infinite body punch through, and it can headshot, which is pretty good for certain cases. It has very low status chance as well, so it's more just about crit really. Alright, that is the 7 prisms out of the way. Let's move on to the scaffolds. Now remember, these affect the secondary fire for amps. The first one is the Panker Scaffold. This is a charged fire shot. It has high crit, high status, 2 meter punch through. The problem is it is very slow, and it really needs more fire rate to feel worth it. The second one is the Schraxen Scaffold. This is a short range projectile that has high base damage, impact damage, high crit and status chance, and the shots will explode in a 7 meter radius after 10 meters, inflicting self-stagger on you as well. It's not a bad option, it's actually pretty decent, all things considered. Your third scaffold is called the Klebrick. Think of the Arcu Core, but one beam. That's it. It's a homing beam with good crit chance and status chance. It lashes onto an enemy. It does have a low crit multiplier and a limited range of 25 meters. Also, I find the beam just does not have good auto-targeting, especially if there are a bunch of enemies in front of you. Next is the Fard Scaffold. Again, my favorite by far. The alt-fire of this thing is amazing. The Fard Scaffold, in my opinion, is the best alt-fire for amps outside of Eidolons. Nothing comes close to it from my experience. Send out a glaive that has homing properties, very high crit chance and crit multiplier. The projectile can bounce up to 10 times and hit up to 4 enemies with one shot. These glaives will detonate after each bounce, dealing damage in a 5 meter radius. They also knock down enemies on crit. The biggest problem, in my opinion, with the scaffold is the self-stagger, because it can really throw you off. However, we have means to stop that. These projectiles will bounce off of enemies like a boomerang. However, if you proc a void status effect and it creates the mini bubble, then it will get sucked into that bubble and just cause a mini blender, which is one of the main reasons why it's so good. Next is the Exard Scaffold. Think of a mag dump alt-fire. That's the Exard. It's alt-fire until you run out. It melts through your ammo. It does, however, have good crit chance and high status chance, and shots explode for a 1 meter radius. It does have low crit multi and afflicts self-stagger, and I'll be honest, I think this is only really good with amp ammo efficiency mods and arcades. Other than that, I'm not too sure. Next is the Disic Scaffold. I think that's how you say it. This is a grenade launcher that splits into 10 mini bombs, dealing void. It has the highest status chance of all prisms, and the scaffold pass with a 37% status chance at base. It has very low chance and a self-stagger, and it also shreds through your ammo. For the last scaffold, we have the Proper scaffold. This thing is the king for Eidolon hunting. It sends out a bomb in front of you that will explode in an 8-meter radius after 1.6 seconds. It has 0 status chance, and it only has a 2-meter range plus self-stagger. This thing is incredibly strong if used correctly, and it's also why it's used for Eidolon hunting because of the timing. It's very, very useful in that case, and also just general missions, it can be pretty good too. This thing is incredibly strong. Will get sucked into that bubble and just cause a mini blender, which is one of the main reasons why it's so good. Next is the Exard scaffold. Think of a mag dump alt fire. That's the Exard. It's alt fire until you run out. It melts through your ammo.
Oh, that's the one.
Chance and high status chance, and shots explode for a 1-meter radius. It does have low crit multi and a fixed self stagger. And I'll be honest, I think this is only really good with amp ammo efficiency mods and arcades. Other than that, I don't.
No, that's not it.
Yeah,
it's the one after this.
Next is the Disic scaffold. I think that's how you say it. This is a grenade launcher that splits into 10 mini bombs dealing void damage. It has the highest status chance of all prisms and scaffold parts with a 37% status chance at base. It has very low crit chance and applies self-stagger, and it also shreds through your ammo. For the last scaffold, we have the Proper scaffold. This thing is the king for Eidolon hunting. It sends out a bomb in front of you that will explode in an 8-meter radius after 1.6 seconds. It has 0 status chance, and it only has a 2-meter range plus self-stagger. This thing is incredibly strong if used correctly, and it's also why it's used for Eidolon hunting because of the timing. It's very, very useful in that case, and also just general missions, it can be pretty good too. Now we move on to the braces. These affect or grant different stats for your amp combination. First one is the Clapker brace. This gives you plus 40 amp energy pool, and it just adds to your amp ammo. The Jutni, I don't know how to say that, is minus 1 second amp recharge delay. The normal delay for your ammo recharge is 2 seconds, so this brings it down to 1. The Lauren brace increases both the crit and status chance for your amps by a flat 12%, which is actually pretty damn huge, all things considered. The Anspartha brace is plus 20 amp energy pool, plus 15 per second energy recharge rate. This is good if you just want to recharge your ammo quicker and have a bigger amp pool. Next is the Zuo brace, plus 100 amp energy pool, plus 2 amp recharge delay. I don't think this is worth it personally. You have much more ammo maximum, but you have 4 seconds recharge delay. Next is the Plaga brace, minus 20 amp energy pool, but you get minus 1.5 seconds of amp recharge delay, allowing for 0.5 seconds, which is incredibly fast. If you're willing to sacrifice minus 20 ammo and have 0.5 seconds before you start recharging, the Plaga brace is pretty good. Finally, for the last brace, we have the Certus brace, granting plus 20% crit chance. It's good for all prisms and scaffolds that have high crit. And that is all of the amp parts. Before we go to the combinations, let's talk about the arcanes and the antique mods. There are 13 amp arcanes. I will not be going over all of them. I just want to talk about the ones that I have used and, that I think is good. It's not limited to what I'm about to mention, so please don't think that this is the be-all or end-all. First one is Eternal Eradicate. On operator ability, plus 60% damage to amps for 8 seconds. This is my go-to for pretty much most amps. Eternal Onslaught is on energy depleted. You have 180% increased critical chance for 8 seconds. This is good if you can drain your energy or your operator energy quickly, like using Void Strike from Madaran. 25 operator energy and below will proc this arcane. Moving on to Eternal Logistics. On Void Sling, plus 72% ammo efficiency for 8 seconds. I do have the antique mod equipped for this clip, that's why I have literally no ammo is going down. That actually pushes you to 100% ammo efficiency for amps, which is pretty crazy. Then we have Virtuous Strike. On critical hit, 20% chance for plus 80% critical damage for 4 seconds. Good for crit option. Virtuous Tempo is on kill, 60% chance for plus 60% fire rate for 8 seconds. Very nice for slow firing amps, but you do need to kill an enemy in order for you to get this. Virtuous Shadow, on headshot, 40% chance for plus 60% crit chance for 12 seconds. This is a multiplicative crit chance bonus. Very, very good. Virtuous Forge and Trojan, these two will convert 98% of your void damage to a different element. Forge will do heat and Trojan will do viral. This is not very good for Thraxus and Void Escape, but it is good if you plan on using your amps for last gasp or killing enemies in general. This sums up the arcade that I want to speak about, which leads me onto the new antique mods. These new mods we have received with the old piece out there have been a major buff to amps and allowed nearly every single single amp to be used in Void Cascade. Like, these things are absolutely game-changing for amps and quality of life, and I feel like it's a sin to mod for anything else when it comes to your Tech-to-this artifact. I do go over the Tech-to-this artifacts more in my operator guide, so if you haven't seen that, go and check it out. Let's go over these mods. I'm sure you'll get why these are so amazing as I go through them. First one is still TENNO, a Madarai mod that gives you plus 60% amp status chance and plus 15% status damage for each Vazaran school mod. Ubri Penef, plus 60% damage to amps and plus 10% for each mod from a unique school. Vikla Safor, plus 30% amp fire rate and plus 30 amp ammo efficiency. Iron Dabor, plus 60% amp multi-shot. Omni Eevee or Omni Evi, plus 60% crit chance and plus 10% crit damage for each generic school mod. Vic Anam, plus 30% maximum amp energy and plus 5% amp energy regen for each Madarai school mod. Finally, Hawkgal, after using Void Mode, the next amp attack deals 3 times bonus damage with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Yeah, you get the idea here. You have fire rate, multi-shot, more damage across the board. These are absolutely insane. And to top it off, we have one arcane called Zidon Ozbok. This allows your Void Sling to strip 30% of enemy overguard. And once this happens, you gain plus 3 times amp critical damage multiplier for 15 seconds on top of everything else. I have to say, anything related to amps has genuinely never been easier, and it's such a breeze, especially if you don't really care too much about tower strikes and just want to buff your amps. This is what my Tech-to-this config looks like. I use the Ozbok Arcane, and then I just use amp mods for this config. You're more than welcome to swap and change what your needs are. You don't need to follow this exactly. Finally, this leads me on to the amp combinations I would like to suggest. I want to make this very clear, you do not need to follow these. Amps are in a space where really most, if not all, combinations work now. So I do encourage you to try out your own combinations based on what we've spoken about today in this video. If you're someone who's just starting out in terms of amps and you have no unlocked parts yet or anything like that, I'd recommend unlocking your first few standing levels with Onco and building the 1, 2, 3 after the mode amp. The 1, 2, 3 will see you through for a long time. As you start to unlock all the parts, then you can move into different parts that tickle your fancy. Once you have unlocked all of the parts, I used to say always go for the 7th brace, being the Certus brace, since it grants plus 20% crit chance for your amp. But with the new antique mods and using the right arcanes, you don't actually have to do so. I haven't had the opportunity yet to really try out other braces, so I'm going to suggest the ones that I have made. And once again, I encourage you to try out any of the other braces that tickle your fancy. Some suggestions off the top of my head would be the Lauren brace for a more hybrid setup. The Juggy brace or and Sparta brace wouldn't be a bad shout either. Even the Plaga brace if you want more ammo sustain. The usual, let's get them out of the way, the ones that have always been good. The 177 for Eidolon hunting is the go-to because you can make use of the proper scaffold and a high crit shot. The 777 is even better than before, especially with the new amp mods. This is a very good hybrid option. The 747 is the one that I would recommend. The Fog Scaffold is something that I cannot express enough how overpowered and amazing it is. Like seriously, if you want a tip from me, any prism with the Fog Scaffold and maybe the Certus brace would work wonderfully. So anything X47, that is honestly the safest bet. For prism suggestions, I would say the Cantic Prism being the 5th one is again by far the best. It's the one that is seriously, for most cases outside of Eidolons, just works the best. One that has really grown on me is the Grand Prism, the automatic firing prism. And the Grand Mu is not so bad either. It's pretty cool if you want something with a bit more explosion. All the B-roll that has been shown in the background showcasing the combinations that I've tried out, they have worked pretty damn well, but I have been using them with Madarai and all of the fancy mods and everything to increase damage. So this is what the damage would look like with maximum increase to amp damage. What this does mean is you can actually use other schools for Void Cascade now, and you can be pretty good to go. You don't really need Madarai all the time now. For my final verdict, if you'd like the best of the best in my eyes, removing Eidolons from the equation, it's the 547. Still to this day. It's the perfect mix of everything. Other than that, just have fun, enjoy the variety, choose whichever parts or, secondary fire or main fire that you think looks cool, and then choose the right brace for you. The last thing I want to talk about is using amps for last gasp. One of the biggest use cases for amps is making sure that you amp is strong enough to kill enemies at any level of the last gasp from a Naru, which is your wave bounce. This is why the Fard scaffold is so amazing, because it is incredibly easy to cast an operator's ability and spam your ult fire and kill 3 enemies to get back up at pretty much any level. It is also important to have a means of partial armor strip or applying viral onto nearby enemies so that they are more susceptible to damage when you go into last gasp. Viral goes a long way from my experience. It's pretty easy to just slap it on your companion and you'll be set. It makes a world of difference in keeping you from full dying if you do go down. Other than that, I think I've covered pretty much everything when it comes to amps. I'm here to try out amps for general killing and using them outside of just Thraxes and Hythons and so on. But for now, this video pretty much covers all of the main points that you need to know to get you started with your amp grind, I hope you learned something new. If you did, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. A massive shout out to our channel members. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you for your support. I will see you all in the next video.
William Matar isn't like other attorneys. He eats, breathes, and dreams about car crashes. He's too fast. He's going too fast. What are you doing? Way too fast for me.
You're fixing this?
This should be total.
Boss, that guy is here again.
Yes, Your Honor. Young man. No question. And one more thing William Matar does. He wins. Hurt in a car? Call William Matar.
So, what do you think?
I don't know. But what kind of internet does it have?
Oh, it is Verizon Fios, 100% fiber internet.
I'll take it. Verizon Fios starts at $20 a month with a 3-year price guarantee.
You shall all become dust and ash.
Oh shit, you got your Protea Prime? Uh-oh. Told you she's a problem. She clears the room quick. Especially if you put range. Definitely you already know strength, range, and
I do recommend that you click
anything that increases fire.
the second dream quest.
Because those gun turrets do fire damage.
With the operator reskin or overhaul in the old piece update, I actually realized that I have not made a full operator guide yet. They are a whole lot stronger than they used to be, providing so many useful things for your day-to-day gameplay. We'll be going over everything that is tied to operators down to the new Texas artifacts and mods. Let's not waste any time. If you're someone who already knows the basics of operators like focus rules, combat features and all that stuff, then you can skip to whatever section you would like, but this guide is intended to cover all bases. Please keep that in mind. Alright, how do we get our operator? Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, you complete the second dream quest where you will gain access to your operator for the first time with limited functionality. However, when you complete the War Within quest, you will then gain full access to all of the juicy features, amps, arcanes, and more. To be more specific, once you've completed the second dream quest, you will have the option to summon your operator through Transcendence, which the keybind is 5 at default on mouse and keyboard. The summon will last for 10 seconds, and here you can send out a powerful void beam, and then you go back into your Warframe once it's done. Transcendence will charge every 3 minutes. I do not have any footage of this, sadly, but you can just imagine a beam of light coming out of your chest. That's what Transcendence does. Once you completed the War Within quest, you then gain access to Transference. This will allow you to go into your operator at will in missions and in your orbiter. You can head to the operator section in your orbiter by using the fast travel wheel or by the main menu. Now, what exactly is tied to your operator? Firstly, transference. I've just mentioned this now. This allows you to hop in and out of your Warframe and use your operator. The default keybind for mouse and keyboard is 5. Personally, I do not like this. I have rebound this key to my mouse 5 button. Makes it so much better to go in and out of your Warframe and operator without having to reach over to switch all the time. It's just, yeah, much better. If you're on console, I don't know what keybind would be better. I'm sorry. When you are in transference, you can run, walk, roll, but you cannot bullet jump or slide. You are generally slower and clunkier than using your Warframe, and while you are in transference, your Warframe will become invulnerable. But if your Warframe you are an ability active, it will instead have a 90% damage reduction. When the ability ends, it will then switch to invulnerability. Ending transference by clicking the keyboard will teleport your Warframe to where you are, and then you can just go in and out the whole time. And yes, there is no cooldown, allowing you to spam in and out of your Warframe and operate it like crazy if you wanted to. Let's talk about operator's stats. Your operator at base has 100 health, 75 armor, and 350 base shields. I have more because I've leveled my operator. This can be increased with arcanes, focus schools, and the new antique mods with detectorless artifacts. If you die as the operator, you won't bleed out as if you were in a Warframe. Instead, you will then just teleport back into your Warframe, depleting all of your Warframe shields, inflicting something called transference static. This is a debuff that happens every time you die as the operator and stacks up 4 times. Transferring stacks will reduce your Warframe's maximum health by a certain percentage, and on the 4th stack, when you die as your operator, you will instantly die as your Warframe, bypassing any form of invulnerability that would normally prevent instant death. You also have operator energy with this bar here in the bottom right. Operator abilities and void slinging will drain your energy. What is void slinging? This can be done by crouching and jumping or by double tapping space. If you are in the air by any means, you can void sling by just spamming your jump button or space bar. You will be invisible and invulnerable while void slinging. It is one of the nicest ways to maneuver through tile sets and different missions if your Warframe is not fast enough. It can be clunky and take some getting used to. Once you've practiced with it a little bit, it becomes second nature. Your void sling has the ability to be charged up. An uncharged one is just a quick tap, and I'll be honest, I only ever quick tap void sling personally. This will send you 15 meters. If you aim at a surface, however, you can actually travel up to 25 meters with an uncharged sling. To fully charge it, it will take 0.25 seconds-ish, around there, and you can do so by holding down your crouch key and holding down the jump key so you can somewhat aim where you are void slinging, or if you're already in the air, then you just hold down space or jump. Each sling costs 25 energy. For each enemy struck, it will restore 10 operator energy. You'll also deal void damage and impact damage, knocking enemies back. And it can bypass certain security devices, but it will still trigger spy vault alarms. The range of your void sling's hitbox is 4 meters. This is very important to remember, which can be increased with arcanes. Void mode is done by holding your crouch key or control as the default keybind on mouse and keyboard. This is a fantastic oh shit button. Hold down control and become invisible plus invulnerable with reduced walking speed. Void mode drains 5 energy per second. It allows you to walk through enemies. Shooting or casting abilities will take you out of void mode temporarily and then put you back in if you're still holding down the respective key.
Something about that stubber before it does something about you.
Once you've completed the secondary quest, you gain access to the 5 different focus schools. Each focus school has their own unique traits and unique buffs. Madurai being the super offensive one, granting you lots of damage to your operator and your amps, and more offensive buffs for your Warframe. Azure being a defensive school, making it really hard for you and your allies to die. Naramon being a more melee focused school. Binaru is more of a mix of tanky and utility, and Zenuric is focusing on energy economy and support. I'm not going to go over each and every school in depth, as this will require a separate video because there is so much to talk about when it comes to the schools alone, when and where to use these, which one to go for first, and so on. So I will brush over the mechanics and give a brief overview of how it all works. When you unlock your focus schools, you can progress through the schools with focus points. Every day, depending on your master rank, you will have a daily focus cap that you can farm. The higher your master rank, the higher your daily limit. To farm focus, you get lenses. Slap the lens onto a Warframe or weapon in the action tab to the modding section, and anytime you gain experience in every shape or form, a portion of that experience is converted into focus points. There are more methods like converting Eidolon shards that can exceed the daily focus cap, which is incredibly important. Eidolon farming is very good for that. Or you collect orbs and missions to drastically increase your focus gain when you're using focus lenses. When you unlock a node, you cannot respec it. It is a permanent upgrade. Each focus school has passive bonuses and 2 active skills. Passive bonuses will apply to your operator as well as your Warframe depending on what the node gives. The skills will be what your operator can cast when you go into transference. For example, Madurai has Void Strike, which will consume all of your operator energy and increase your damage for 8 seconds, dealing 10% additional damage for every percentage of energy consumed. The more energy you have, the more damage damage you do, but this also applies to your Warframes. As you'll find though, I mainly just use this for my operator. Contamination Wave is the other ability for Madurai, making enemies affected have 50% more operator damage vulnerability.
We met in a parenting class. As new mothers, we were all really nervous. So we started a mom's club group on WhatsApp. It's a judgment-free zone where we support each other. 3 years later, we're still going strong.
Affected have 50% more operator damage vulnerability. Unaru has Caustic Strike, which armor strips enemies. You get the idea here. There are 2 skills per focus school. There are also waybounds. Now, waybounds are seen on the right here in one of the focus school menus. These are passive bonuses that will carry over to any of the other focus schools. Think of them as permanent buffs across the board. They do fall part as 2 nodes from each tree that just carry over. Waybounds can be unbound by upgrading to the max rank and then spending 750,000 focus points plus a brilliant item shard to allow it to carry over to any school. You can hover over each of them to see which school each waybound is tied to. Some quick fire tips for you if you're wondering what focus school to choose and you don't want to wait until, I make the full focus video. To summarize, here's all you need to know. Madurai is used for increasing lots of amp damage and ability strength and also just damage for your full frame. Unaru is absolutely amazing for Star Child players and Steel Part players who do not have access to Prime Sure-Footed simply because of poise. The very first node that you get from the school, this stops you from getting knocked down. It is such a blessing to have poise. I used Unaru all the way until I got Prime Sure-Footed. It is a massive quality of life bonus. Daramon is amazing for melee and gaining more XP while doing so. Zenuric is also just a good option for energy sustain with Wellspring, but I'll be honest, with the sheer amount of energy sustaining methods that we have nowadays with just Equilibrium and Energy Nexus alone, and all the other ones, I don't see the need for using this focus school, but you can use it if you like, especially if you're in the early game. Bazarin is incredibly useful for you and your allies because you simply just do not die with a protective sling. It is insanely powerful. Plus, it provides more armor and survivability for any Warframe. That covers my quick tips and pointers as to what's good and what isn't so good. Let's finally talk about amps. When you get your operator for the first time, you will get the Moat amp. This thing is ass. It is the first amp that you can use, and you will need to upgrade it as fast as you can. Amps are used for specific things in Warframe, mainly for icons, Thraxes, and Void Cascade, and Void Angels in the Zaramon, and a few other niche cases, but generally these are the main use cases. There are 2 places where you can craft better amps, Onco and Little Duck. Onco can be found on Cetus after completing the wall within a quest line. Same thing with Little Duck, but you have to reach rank 5 with the Solaris United in order to talk to Little Duck. So it is important that you farm your Fortuna standing. You will need to rank each of these syndicates up over time and unlock all the different amp parts. 3 parts are required to craft an amp. The Prism being the main fire, the Scaffold being the old fire, and the Brace granting stat bonuses. There is a community amp table in which these amps are organized by number. There are 7 different parts of each type. Hence the term you often hear of, the 177 is good for Ironlords, the 547 is a very good all-rounder, etc, etc. I will be making a full amp guide going over all the different types and so on, and I wanted to just go over this because it is important to know, and it does tie into operators, but it does deserve its own video because there is so much to talk about there. If you have not unlocked all of the ranks for the syndicates, the 1, 2, 3 is a very good option in the beginning, in the early game, and then when you move to Little Duck, you will gain access to more parts, and there are many, many more options that you can try and use. A few that I would suggest off the rip would be the 177 if you're doing item hunting, the 777 is not too bad still, and the 547 is literally the best amp in my opinion for all use cases. These are 3 simple go-tos, but not limited to these. And I'll go over all the good amp options on the separate videos, so just stay tuned for that. Which now leads me onto operator arcades. There are a total of 22 operator arcades. These are massive help to not only your operator but also your Warframe too, and can often completely change how you play or what you use in your entire kit. I don't want to bore you and go over each and every single operator arcade, so I would like to just talk about the ones that I feel are very powerful and some of the ones that I personally use and their use case. It is not limited to what I'm about to mention. Please feel free to test and experiment any of the ones that you want to try. There are a few arcades that will directly benefit your Warframe, helping with survivability. Magus Elevate is one of them. This is the one that I personally use. On transference in, 95% chance to restore 300 health to your Warframe. Because you can spam transference like a mad person, this arcane allows you to shoot back up to full health in a second or two. It is a fantastic, oh crap, I'm about to die, kind of for sticky situations, essentially. And if you're on your toes and you know you're about to die, then Magus Elevate has actually saved me quite a few times. Magus Repair is a similar one. Heal Warframes within 30 meters by 25% health per second. This is very powerful, as this will heal as a percentage and will heal other Warframes too. But you will need to hop out of your Warframe, stay in your operator for a few seconds to regenerate your health all the way back up. You will need to be in void mode for this to work. Magus Nourish is also an option that I personally do not use, but you can. While an operator, restore 35 health per second to your Warframe. Personally, I find Elevate to be much faster. That's just my opinion. For the more quality of life side of things, Magus Anomaly has been my go-to since forever, to be honest. On transference in, enemies within 20 meters are pulled towards you. It's a nice method for pulling enemies in if your Warframe benefits from that or a weapon does. Another option is Magus Lockdown. On Void Sling, drop in mind that tethers up to 10 enemies in 15 meters for 4 seconds. This is a good crowd control option for your missions. It's also a fantastic way to keep enemies still to charge your carnival if you struggle to hit those headshots. Magus Cloud is the new one of my roster, or the one that I'm actually using now all the time, especially after doing the amp prep and everything like that. I'm doing a lot of Void Cascade. This is extremely useful when you want to use your Void Sling to apply debuffs and such. On Void mode, plus 300% Void Sling radius for 6 seconds. This is also incredibly good to pair with Vazarin with the Protective Sling to apply to more allies at once. Emergent Savior on lethal damage, become invulnerable for 5 seconds and recover 60% health, cooldown of 90 seconds. Savior only applies to your operator. Off the top of my head, a very good use case for this arcane would be if you're trying to revive someone and let's say you run out of operator energy while doing so and you're about to die. Savior comes in and stops you from doing that and allows you to finish the revive. It's a very niche case, but it can be useful, I guess. Lastly, Emergence Dissipate. When you Void Sling and press left click or your shoot keybind, you will not Void Sling, instead you will dissipate the endpoint within a 10 meter radius, and any enemy that is hit creates a short-lived void mode that replenishes 10 energy pickup. This energy affects your operators and Warframes, and there is a 1.5 second delay before the same enemy can generate additional modes. These modes will spawn in the air and drift off, lasting about 10 seconds. However, they are affected by vacuum and flinch. There is a bug where Nourish will visually show the base 10 amounts, but it actually does give you increased energy per void mode. I will admit this arcane has gone under my radar, but as an option to quickly regenerate energy when you run out is not a bad option at all, especially if you're running very low efficiency builds and you are struggling with energy sustain. It's fairly fast once you get the hang of it. The only thing is you require lots of enemy density so that you can get all the energy orbs or energy motes. Otherwise, it's not really that good. And that covers all of the operator arcanes. Now let's talk about Tower on Strikes. With the old piece update, we have received the Tower on Strikes. While these do tie into your operator and they deserve, once again, a separate video because there is just too much to cram all of this into one big video. When you complete the old piece quest, you can farm the Tectolus artifacts during the Purita Rebellion mission. These artifacts will allow you to do a Tower on Strike, which is like a giant ultimate for your operator. With these artifacts, they also add onto your existing focus schools with their own nodes, but it also allows you to mod them with the antique mod and arcanes. For the sake of this video being about operators specifically, I'm only going to talk about operator-related stuff and not amp stuff. If you wanted to, Tectolus artifacts further increase your operator's survivability and effectiveness through the Vazarin and Naramon antique mods. Daren increases your operator shields. Matem Hak increases both shields and health. Yardal gives flat health. Lauren Tash gives flat armor. Personally, I don't see the need for these unless you specifically want to use your operator more often. Through Naramon, the Metem Aaron mod increases your operator sprint speed. Via T increases jump height. Again, I don't know when you would use this. However, we now move on to antique mods that increase your Void Sling effectiveness. For example, Zenuric mods with SD Bow increases your maximum Void Sling distance by 30%, increasing for each unique mod. Say Taf increasing your Void Sling efficiency. This is very good if you're not running Madara. Unaru with Carl Ziddy giving Void mode efficiency, and Lush Tavaka.
Come on, no red. Don't give me the red shit.
Within 12 meters,
Come on,
plus 2
baby.
meters for each unique mod. Finally, on, which allows you to gain knockdown immunity. When knockdown is blocked into void mode for 3 seconds, cooldown 7.5 seconds. This mode right here may not seem like much, but if you have used the old fire for certain amps, or just use your operator enough, you know that getting knocked down as the operator is one of the most painful things and often gets you killed. This is a very handy and useful quality of life buff for operators. There is also a I'm really struggling with these names, for minus 60% transfer and status duration if you wanted to use that too. The ones that I would personally use would be the knockdown immunity and maybe some void sling, distance, or efficiency. Other than that, the amp mods are just a lot more valuable and too good to pass up. You can also make a separate config for, let's say, a crate farmer building for the pulse thing that breaks containers, but realistically we have Warframes for that, so I don't know. Again, I don't know. Finally, we do have one Tector's arcane that affects your void sling, and that is set on Ozbok. These names are so difficult. This allows your void sling to 30% of enemy overguard, granting critical damage by 3 times for 15 seconds. Now this doesn't fully strip the overguard, it only strips 30% of the existing overguard, so it goes down until there's just a little bit left, so it's not a full strip, which kind of sucks. However, if you pair this with Maga's Cloud, allows you to strip a wide radius of overguard enemies down to a very low amount with a few void sling, especially if you look down and spam your void sling. It's a pretty good synergy, all things considered, and it buffs your amp's damage by a considerable amount if you press a lot. Okay, that covers pretty much everything. Operators are definitely a lot stronger than ever. With all of the arcanes, mods, and focus cores, there is so many things to them and so many different options for you to try out.
Damn, I can never make the right fucking decision to get through.
And they're just very important. They should not be overlooked, especially when it comes to your...
Cannot make the right decision to get through, man. If your arms are part of the approach, if your heart should be officially touched, you must see the trust of the stray. Let me come to you. Does this make sense? More than it should. It occurs to me that the sky will lie on the street dog. Perhaps do not tell him I did, so. Man, fuck that. Red. Watch, I get the red answer. Fight hard, she said a bunch of French shit. She cursed me out and went off. Damn it, man. That one's hard to get through. I want to talk to you, friends. Oh shit, okay. Okay, on the mastery rank, step up. I feel you. I hope you pass it on the first one. Yo, and for the record to all the TENNO, they said they'll be running double affinity weekends throughout the rest of August. So level up, y'all. Double affinity weekend. Take advantage of it. Oh yeah, we're neutral. Ah, red on him too. I'm striking out. I'm definitely striking out. What does it say? 100 melee kills. That should be simple. Melee kills. We'll do that here. Oh shit. I didn't put it on private, did I? Fuck. I think I did.
I want to make this a free gift. Free. Yeah. Free. Those are free. You're looking good. You're looking very good. Free. Yeah. So you're gonna get this vitamin C serum and free shipping. I think free gifts. It's a crazy offer. All this for the lowest you can go. 67% off it. Wow. Yeah. And the vitamin C is free. I need everybody to try this. How many different scents do you try? Or premium fragrances? Are they full size? It's full size carpet. Oh, you get all this 67% off.
More sports, more movies, less drama. It features that make watching live TV even easier. YouTube TV, try it free. Terms apply, cancel anytime. On the night of January 19th, 1991, inside a packed Miami arena, a professional wrestler walked to the ring carrying a pair of military boots. He held them up for the cameras and he told the world that these boots had been personally sent to him as a gift by Saddam Hussein. 2 days earlier, the Gulf War had officially begun overseas. The man in the ring was not portraying a fictional villain from some made-up country. He was portraying a real figure tied to a real conflict that was unfolding on the news at that exact moment. And the company he worked for was selling tickets to it, selling t-shirts, selling pay-per-views, turning one of the most tense chapters in recent American history into a storyline designed to make money. This is the story of the most cynical, most reckless, and most quietly troubling thing the World Wrestling Federation ever put on television. A story that ended with a man needing round-the-clock security to protect his children. A story that cost him his marriage. A story built on a lie that the company still tells to this day about why one of the biggest shows in its history had to be moved. In this video, we're going to walk through the untold truth behind the Royal Rumble of 1991. Not the version in the highlight reels, not the sanitized nostalgia, the actual thing that happened, why it happened, and what it did to the people caught inside it. And to understand any of it, you have to understand what was going on in the world outside the arena, because the wrestling didn't create the tension that year. The wrestling just decided to profit from it. Let's go back to the summer of 1990. In August of that year, Iraqi forces under Saddam Hussein moved into the small neighboring nation of Kuwait. Within days, the country was occupied, and the response from the rest of the world was immediate and enormous. The United States began assembling one of the largest military coalitions in modern history. Hundreds of thousands of American troops were sent to the Middle East as part of what was first called Operation Desert Shield. This was not an distraction. This was not something happening.
Oh shit. Oh shit, you all catching up.
Every news channel in the country.
About to hit that 20.
The tension was enormous. The whole nation was holding its
If Rico ain't playing, I gotta make sure I keep my shit up. I think I'm what, 28?
Exact climate with that exact worry.
Either 27 or 28.
That Vince McMahon picked up the phone and called a wrestler he hadn't worked with in years. That wrestler was Bob Remus. But to the rest
wrestling world, he was Sergeant Slaughter. Now, you have to understand who Sergeant Slaughter was to the American public at this point. For most of the 1980s, Slaughter had been one of the most patriotic figures in all of professional wrestling. He was a former Marine drill instructor, gimmick brought to life. Crew cut, aviator sunglasses, campaign hat, chin.
What? They only gave me one?
He wrestled the villain Sheik in matches that were framed as America versus its rivals. He waved the flag, he led crowds in the Pledge of Allegiance. He was so associated with American patriotism that he became a real, actual G.I. Joe character. There was a Sergeant Slaughter action figure. He appeared in the cartoon. He was, to an entire generation of kids, a genuine American hero, standing shoulder to shoulder with Duke and Snake Eyes. His rise to that status had been a story in itself. Slaughter had first made his name as a snarling, hard-nosed drill instructor heel, a man who tormented opponents and berated fans. But somewhere along the way, the crowd fell in love with him. His toughness, his commitment, his over-the-top devotion to a certain idea of America, it all curdled the booze into cheers. His legendary boot camp matches against the Iron Sheik became the stuff of wrestling folklore, framed explicitly as the United States standing up to a hostile foreign rival. Slaughter didn't just play a patriot. For a long stretch of the 1980s, he was arguably the most patriotic character the industry had, a walking, talking recruitment poster.
23?
The G.I. Joe.
Oh shit. 23 prime frames? God damn.
He became something bigger than a wrestler. He became a symbol.
Oh yeah, you definitely ain't playing.
Of millions of American kids. He was on lunch boxes.
23 frames. 23 primes.
The most famous fictional soldiers in the country. To a whole generation, Sergeant Slaughter wasn't a wrestler who played a soldier. He simply was a soldier, as real in their imagination as any figure they saw on the news. So think about what it meant to take that man, that specific man, and turn him into a trainer. That was the pitch. When McMahon got Slaughter on the phone, he laid out an idea that was, even by wrestling standards, breathtakingly cynical. He wanted Slaughter to turn his back on the United States. He wanted him to become an Iraqi sympathizer, a man who looked at the coming conflict, looked at his own country, and decided that America had grown soft and weak, and that he would rather stand with the other side. And here's the part that tells you everything about the business calculation. Underneath it, McMahon didn't pitch this as an artistic idea. He pitched it as a stadium filler. He already had a diagram drawn up, a seating chart for the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Slaughter himself has described this many times over the years. McMahon showed him a layout of a venue that could hold somewhere north of 100,000 people, and told him the plan was to shatter the all-time attendance record set at WrestleMania 3. Slaughter was going to be the villain who filled that stadium, and the way he was going to do it was by making himself the most hated man in America at the precise moment the country was already fixated on a real conflict overseas. McMahon reportedly told Slaughter to go home and talk to his family before agreeing. That detail matters because it means everyone involved understood from the very beginning that this was not a normal wrestling angle. This was something that could follow a man home, something that could put his family in an uncomfortable spotlight. And they did it anyway. Slaughter said yes, and according to his own accounts, he agreed on one condition.
Oh shit. Oh shit. 24.
Don't be like Mr. Elliott. Learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit one bank for what's ahead.
Never rush to sue the other driver after a car accident. There may be a much smarter way to get paid a much larger settlement without going to court or paying huge legal fees up front. If you've been in a car accident within the past year, even if you were only a passenger, you could still qualify for a major cash payout. While many people are stuck,
I think you got everybody else beat.
Adjusters and long legal headaches.
I think you got everybody else beat. I think you got Dawn. I think you got Fritz beat too.
Inside of a courtroom.
I'm sure you got them beat.
Accident victims are avoiding financial
Oh,
stress
come
after a
on.
crash.
This
It's called the
commercial shit. Why the fuck
2026
is that?
Claim Assist Compensation Program, and it was recently rolled out in select states to help accident victims recover the maximum amount they may be entitled to without dealing directly with insurance companies, going to court, or paying costly legal fees up front. Right now, we're looking for just 5 more accident victims who want to see if they qualify for this program at no cost and
Come on,
potentially
where are you?
receive
I
the
need-
maximum compensation available. No more money worries, no more stress. Take Daniel's story. When Daniel first reached out, he assumed his case wasn't worth much. He was overwhelmed with medical expenses, stress, and didn't want to deal with a complicated process. The insurance company initially offered him only $4,000, but after using
Revenant's in your top 5. Word.
Daniel
Yeah,
ended up
his squad.
receiving more than $111,000 without ever stepping foot inside a court.
You know what? I gotta work on Revenant. I haven't been using it.
Here's how it works. In just a few clicks, you can find out what your accident may really be worth by clicking the link around this video. You'll answer 4 quick multiple-choice questions, and the entire process takes less than 30 seconds and is completely free.
Oh, that's why I ain't getting the goddamn kills. My damn dog is killing everybody.
Your situation. From there, all you have to do is explain what happened and let them handle the rest while you wait for your settlement. Some people may receive compensation in as little as 30 days.
Yeah, I definitely gotta work on Revenant because I ain't gonna front, I haven't been using Revenant.
What happened?
I used them in the beginning when I first got him,
Lost wages, property.
and then I got Revenant Prime, and I did not work on them.
What would an extra $10,000 or even $100,000 do for you right now? Imagine paying off bills, catching up on rent, or finally feeling some financial relief, all for money that may already belong to you. If the accident wasn't your fault, why should you be left struggling?
Why they couldn't make me play the whole shit?
The reality is that many accident victims end up settling for far less than they deserve, or even nothing at all. If your accident happened within the past year and wasn't your fault, you may still qualify for a major payout, but time matters. Cases do not stay open forever, and waiting too long could mean losing out on money you may deserve. Click the link around this
That is
video.
crazy that they
Answer
don't
4
not have a
simple
skip button on
questions,
that.
and see what your case may be worth. It's fast, free, and you pay nothing unless you win. But act now, because waiting too long could mean walking away from life-changing money.
Yeah, that's what I like. You talking about a spin move?
If he was going to do it, he
That's a spin move, right?
no half measures. He didn't want to play a cartoon. He wanted to be genuinely, legitimately despised.
Yeah. I know his spin move. He can't be touched in the spin move. Oh, come on. What the fuck? Man, why is this shit acting up? Everything digital just starts going on the fucking fritz.
Had you thought to stop me?
Now my shit just froze. Alright, let's see what they say.
Is one of the most popular Warframers.
Let's see what they gotta say about my boy Revenant.
Become completely immortal. That is why many players find him to be a boring one-trick pony. However, there's actually so much more to it. So, with Revenant Prime now being freshly back in the Resurgence rotation, I revisited him, updated my builds, and I even managed to finally make his spin to win attack viable. Big shoutouts to
Okay, I gotta go back to Revenant Prime and see what his story is.
But as per usual, you know the drill. First things first, let's talk about his abilities, starting out with the passive. Whenever Revenant shields completely deplete, he will deal a whopping 100 blast damage in a little AoE around him. On top of that, because he is the idol on frame, he also doesn't take magnetic procs whenever he touches water at night and the plane's idle on. So yeah, how about we forget about the past and just move on to the things that actually matter. Ability number 1 is called Enthrall. And when we take a look at the wiki article, this looks like a crazy complex skill. However, in my opinion,
alright, I'm about to look at it right now.
When you cast this at an enemy, you will turn them into a thrall. This means that they are now going to fight on your side against their fellow brothers and sisters. You can have at max 7 thralls on the field at the same time, and the good thing is you don't have to cast it 7 times individually.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Quote, infect other enemies automatically over time.
Yeah, it's 4.
There are a lot more.
Because I know he's invulnerable when he's doing his 4 too.
But I personally don't think it's all too important, so I'm gonna skip over it right here. If you want to, you can pause the video and read the entire description. Overall, the damage that your thralls inflict on other enemies, that's really nothing to write home about. However, it is nice to cause a bit of havoc and distract enemies. The main reason, though, why you would want to use the thrall in the first place, and the biggest selling point, is the Augment Thrall Pact.
Okay, so they said his thrall, the thrall is when he controls people. He controls enemies. Let me get these shits off the air. His thrall. 1200 endo? Oh yeah, I'll take that. 1200 endo? Sure.
For every throw on the battlefield, you gain 25% primary weapon damage.
Oh shit, what?
This would be 175%. However, these 25%, that's just the base value, and it scales with ability strength.
No way.
Quite some base damage out of this for your weapon of choice.
Get out of here.
Be careful to not accidentally take out your own thrall.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Rico? I don't know if you heard that.
Bread and butter and
hold on, let me go back for a second. I don't know if you heard that. You might want to get Revenant's augment mod.
And when we take a look at the wiki article, this looks like a crazy complex skill. However, in my opinion,
you might want to get his augment mod. If that shit is true, I'm about to go get that. I'm gonna see if I got the augment and I want to see how that works.
This means that they are now going to fight on your
Oh, you got it. Oh shit. I should have known. What the fuck am I thinking? I should have known. Who am I talking to, right? I should have known.
As I said, there are a lot more details than what this do, but I personally don't think it's all too.
You don't fuck around. You definitely don't fuck around.
Pause the video and read the entire description. Overall,
hell yeah.
Your thralls inflict on other enemies, and that's really nothing to write home about. However, it is nice to cause a bit of havoc and distract enemies. The main reason, though, why you would want to use the thrall in the first place, and the biggest selling point, is the Augment Thrall Pact.
Especially if you say you got him in your top 5, your kill squad.
Primary weapon damage. With the maximum of 7 thralls, this would be 175%. However, these 25%, that's just the base value, and it scales with ability strength. So you can get quite some base damage out of this.
Especially if you got him in your top.
You're just
in
gonna
the
be
hit
careful
squad.
to not accidentally take out your own thralls all the time. Ability number 2, Mesmer Skin. Revenant's bread and butter, and basically the main reason why you want to play him in the first place. You press the ability button, and then you will see a number of stats appearing over the ability symbol in the bottom right corner of the screen. From now on, whenever an enemy hits you, you're not going to take any damage at all, but instead, you're just going to consume one of these stacks.
Oh,
this
shit.
is one of the strongest and most consistent survivability tools in the entire game, because it does not care about how much damage you're eating. If you get hit by a level 1 butcher, that's 1 stack. If you get hit by a level 100 butcher, that's 1 stack too. And if you were able to scale up the simulacrum to level cap, then even a level cap enemy would only take away 1 stack. As long as it's up, you are completely and absolutely invincible against everything the game can throw at you.
What?
I should say though, however,
What?
when you recast it to refresh your stacks, during the casting animation, you're not protected from it, so you gotta be a bit careful as to when exactly.
Oh, so you need caster speed.
Mesmer Skin has an augment as well called Mesmer Shield, and
Caster speed, augment, Archon Shard.
or very strong and busted. Let me explain. The augment itself makes it that your Mesmer Skin gains 50% more strength. What that means is you don't have to increase your ability strength on Revenant all that much anymore to gain enough Mesmer Skin stacks, because the augment will increase the quote-unquote ability strength for that very skill. On
What?
top of that though, Revenant will also give 5 Mesmer Skin charges to all allies within affinity range.
What?
Affinity range, this is 50 meters by default, and it can't be manipulated by ability range, meaning even if you go negative on Revenant, you're still gonna have this massive 50-meter AoE for your team. So yeah, my personal opinion on this augment is, if you play in a team and you want to make sure that nobody dies, especially in like Archimedia or more difficult content, then Mesmer Shield can be absolutely overpowered.
Oh, I got a temple piece? Okay.
Solo, I
I'll
don't think it's
take it.
really necessary, because generally you want to build Revenant for maximum ability strength anyway, so you kind of don't need an augment that allows you to go lower on ability strength. Skill number 3 goes by the name Reeve. I personally think this one is massively underrated. At base, what the skill does is pretty straightforward. You turn into a sort of cloud wall and dash forward for a while. Every enemy that you pass through as this cloud wall then will lose a certain percentage of their maximum health and shields. And this is exactly the kicker of this ability.
Went to my local CVS to grab a random journal, and I even picked up some photo prints. Junk journaling is essentially grabbing any item that you would go.
This ability, Grieve, does not deal a certain amount of damage. No, it takes away a percentage of the maximum hit points of the enemy.
What?
What that means is that regardless of enemy level, no matter how much health they have, they always lose the same portion of their maximum health.
Oh,
This, by the
shit.
way, is also the reason why Revenant is easily able to just one-hit even level cap enemies, no issue. And don't worry, we're gonna have a build for that later in the video too. Now, one thing that I need to make very clear with this ability is that the text on the ability card is a bit confusing. Right here, it tells you how much percent of the enemy health you will reduce when you pass through them. Thing is though, that this is kinda sort of a lie. In reality, at base strength, you will only ever take away 8% of the enemy health. The reason why the percentage on the ability card is much higher is that there's a synergy between Enthrall, your first ability, and Reeve. If you Reeve through an enthralled enemy, then that enemy is going to take more damage than a normal one. That is exactly the percentage that it shows right here. The percentage of damage that you deal to enthralled enemies, not every enemy. Now, Reeve also has a synergy with your first and your second ability, in the way that if you Reeve through a enthralled enemy, then you will regain a charge for your Mesmer Skin. In my personal opinion, this doesn't really matter all that much in practice, at least I've never had to use the synergy, but I still wanted to mention it. Just one more thing I need to mention. While yes, this percentage health drain does apply to most enemies in the game, and even overguarded units and Eximus, boss enemies and stronger type elite foes that have some sort of damage attenuation, those enemies, for them it works a little bit different, right? You're not going to be able to one-hit a Kubalich or an Acolyte or a Necromech. That will still take a couple more hits. Now, Reeve also has an augment called Blinding Reeve, which makes it that Reeve itself gets a bit more ability range, aka this cloud wall is a bit thicker and wider, and it also makes that enemies hit by this cloud wall will be blinded for some time. If you ask me personally, I don't think this augment is really worth it. And last but not least, let's talk about his fourth ability, the one that will be the favorite of every French-speaking person out there, the Danse Macabre. When you press the ability button, Revenant will start to spin around in a circle and shoot out laser beams out of his fingertips, covering the entire 360-degree radius around him. These laser beams have a fixed range of 100 meters that can't be influenced in any way, shape, or form, and the radius thing on the ability card, that actually only refers to the thickness of the beams, and in my opinion, doesn't matter at all, right? For this skill, you don't need to mod into ability range, it completely does not matter. Now,
really?
These beams hit enemies,
I thought you need the range of that
and the cool
shit.
thing about this is that they adapt their damage type to the enemy faction that you're going up against. So if you hit an enemy that is armored, it will automatically deal corrosive damage. If you hit an enemy that is shielded, deal magnetic damage. And if you go up against infested, then it will automatically deal gas. All of this with a 20% status chance. You can also put up a
So it automatically adjusts on depending on whatever enemy you're dealing with.
This will then drain more energy per second, but it will also increase the damage and double the status chance to 40%. Now, one last thing that I would like to say here is that while you are in Danse Macabre, you can still use your Reeve, which I think is very nice because it allows you to quickly reposition without having to and then reactivate the skill. And as always, if you can leave a quick like for the video, that will be really helpful with the YouTube algorithm, so thank you so much for your support.
So it automatically adjusts on any damage type.
It works, let's finally start talking about the builds. And the first build that I want to go over here would be a low investment beginner or budget option. Revenant is oftentimes the warframe that players resort to when they really start struggling with content. So I could imagine that a lot of potentially newer players would want to have a build for him, and this is exactly what we have here. The first thing that I have to mention here is that on this Revenant, I have 5 Telforged red shards for ability strength. For reasons that we're going to get into later with the Steel Path builds. And that has nothing to do with the beginner build though, so if
you put 5 red shards on there, ability strength shards, 5? Oh, wow, all ability strength.
130%. Okay? Wow. Okay. So yeah, the beginner build. I'm going to keep it very short. Aura is completely flexible, just use whatever you personally see fit. The build itself then has a healthy mix of all 4 values, even though I should say that your priority will be to go for as much strength as possible. For a very early beginner, Intensify is going to be your only ability strength source that you're going to be having access to. However, as you get into the corrupted missions, where you can farm the corrupted mods like Blind Rage or Transient Fortitude, these 2 right here are going to be your first picks in order to buff up the strength of this build. Farm Blind Rage and Transient Fortitude as early as possible so you can increase your ability strength and therefore the amount of Mesmer Skin charges that you get.
Really?
For when the day runs hot, the climate collection from Sleep Number.
See, this is totally different than what I thought with, this is totally different than what I thought with building Revenant. I would have done it different. I didn't know that, he had these other extra things on each ability. And I didn't know that, range didn't work for the 4. I thought you needed range for the 4.
The rest of the build is pretty self-explanatory. We go with Flow for more maximum energy, Equilibrium for the energy income, and Streamline because especially early in the game, you might want to have that extra bit of efficiency to be able to always cast Mesmer Skin when it goes down to 0. One thing that, in my opinion, is a bit more flexible would be Stretch, because genuinely most abilities in your kit caster don't really need it. And also Mesmer Shield right here. I only use this because it will give more strength to my Mesmer Skin, which is very needed if Intensify is the only strength source that you have. But later, as you get into Blind Rage and Transient Fortitude, you will not need this one right here anymore.
You know, they only gave me 10? Are you fucking kidding me? Out of all of the melee kills, they only gave me 10?
I have 3 completely different playstyles and setups prepared for you. One will be your classical Immortal Gunrunner, another one is going to focus on Reeve and one-hitting all the enemies, and number 3 is brand new 2026, only became possible with the last update, and this one is the build that finally makes your spin to win your Danse Macabre, finally makes that Steel Path viable, and actually really strong. For the time being though, let's start out with the build that probably most players are going to use on Revenant, the Immortal Gunrunner. For this one though, I actually have 3 different sub-variants prepared for you, depending on what type of content you play with your Revenant. Don't worry, you're gonna understand exactly what I mean as we get into the mods. First of all though, let's talk helmet abilities. And for this one, it's actually really darn simple, right? It's a gun runner build, so you absolutely 100% do whatever you personally like. You can go for open demise if you want to have like life strip away enemy armor. You can go for roar, nourish, because roar and nourish are always the most used subzooms. I'm not gonna give you any specific loadouts that you have to use. And since whoever says helmet also needs to say argon shards, let's take a look at that here too. Now, for these shards right here, right, these are all experimental because I'm testing a lot of different builds. None of this, and I mean none of this, is needed for the gun runner build. To be fair, if you wanted to build Revenant into purely gun running, you would probably go for something like a primary status chance if you were going for a primary, or a secondary crit chance if you'd rather go for a secondary. You also might go into green shards for armor stripping through corrosive. What I'm trying to say here is, also here, just like with the helmet, you're completely free to go for whatever you like.
Oh, got a bunch of arcanes, huh?
And when we take a look at it, there's not really too much surprising here, right? We're Revenant, so what we want is as much ability strength as possible.
I think I got
more
one of
strength
these
means
maps,
more mesmer skin charges, and also because we use Aurora as a subzoom, more strength means more damage on our weapon. So, in the aura, we go for growing power, we go for precision intensify to make sure that roar is even stronger. I think the mesmer skin is fine, right? Precision intensify just amps up the damage output more. And then the standard stuff like blind rage, transient fortitude. I even went for augure's secrets to buff the damage even further, right? It is a pretty strong setup. Energy economy comes from flow as well as arcane energize. However, if you don't have energize, that is no problem. You can also just swap out augur secrets for something like equilibrium right here, if you had the mod capacity, that is, and then use something else for the arcane entirely. Maybe mold augmented to buff your strength up even further, so roar gives you even more damage, right? What I'm saying here is your focus will be ability strength mostly, and buffing up your weapon as much as you can. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about very, very specifically, though, is this mod right here, health conversion. You're probably wondering, what the heck is going on with you? Why would I need armor on a constantly invincible frame? Well, this actually has to do with weapon buffing as well. See, most arcanes on your primary weapons that will give us more base damage are reliant on some stacks, right? Primary Deadhead needs you to get headshot kills. Primary Merciless, where is it, needs you to get kills in general. And all these arcanes need to be stacked up. In normal mission gameplay, that's usually not too much of a problem, but oftentimes in like boss situations where you are up against one foe and no trash enemies are around, these arcanes can fall flat on their faces because you don't have mobs around that you can stack them up on. This is why one of my favorite primary weapon arcanes is Primary Bulwark. This one doesn't need any stacks whatsoever, it just gives you up to 500 fat percent more base damage, and all you need to have for it is armor. So yeah, with health conversion on our Revenant, this will give us a total of 1485 armor, and that means plus 485% base damage on Primary Bulwark all the time.
Played with slime since I was a kid, but I remember these 3 slimes.
Hold on, I gotta look at that again. What did he said? You gotta do what?
The time. The great thing here is that usually on our weapon. So in the aura, we go for growing power. We go for precision intensify to make sure that roar is even stronger. I think mesmer skin is fine, right? Precision intensify just amps up the damage output more. And then the standard stuff like blind rage, transient fortitude. I even went for augure's secrets to buff the damage even further, right? It is a pretty strong setup. Energy economy comes from flow as well as arcane energize. However, if you don't have energize, that is no problem. You can also just swap out augure's secrets for something like equilibrium right here, if you had the mod capacity, that is. and then use something else for the arcane entirely. Maybe mold augmented to buff your strength up even further, so roar gives you even more damage, right? What I'm saying here is your focus will be ability strength mostly, and buffing up your weapon as much as you can. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about very specifically, though, is this mod right here, health conversion. You're probably wondering, what the heck is going on with you? Why would I need armor on a constantly invincible frame? Well, this actually has to do with weapon buffing as well. See, most arcanes on your primary weapons that will give us more base damage are reliant on some stacks, right? Primary Deadhead needs you to get headshot kills. Primary Merciless, where is it, needs you to get kills in general. And all these arcanes need to be stacked up. In normal mission gameplay, that's usually not too much of a problem, but oftentimes in like boss situations where you are up against one foe and no trash enemies are around, these arcanes can fall flat on their faces because you don't have mobs around that you can stack them up on. This is why one of my favorite primary weapon arcanes is Primary Bulwark. This one doesn't need any stacks whatsoever, it just gives you up to 500 fat percent more base damage, and all you need to have for it is armor. So yeah, with health conversion on our Revenant, this will give us a total of 1485 armor, and that means plus 485% base damage on Primary Bulwark all the time. The great thing here is that usually whenever you take a hit, you lose the stacks from health conversion, but that's actually not the case for Revenant, because Mesmer Skin protects you from ever taking that hit in the first place. So this one will basically be maxed out all the time, and you have this juicy damage buff without needing any external stacks or sources or whatsoever. It's just pure consistency, and I love it. However, we can go even further. We can go for something like Gunrunner Build 2 right here. This one uses the Augment Thrall Pact for first ability. By the way, the reason why it is rank 0 is because also my mod capacity here, and I was not willing to do another format on this one, but just imagine this one here is maxed out. On this build right here, what we do is we go for even more ability strength by using Mold Augmented. In combination with that, we use Thrall Pact, which on top of the 500% base damage that we're gaining through health conversion and Primary Bulwark, this one now will also give us a massive amount of damage for every thrall on the field. So whatever you read here, times 7. And you know, this one would be even stronger if the mod was actually maxed out. What I'm trying to say is, this one will have another source of buffing your base damage.
For me,
it sacrifices some
I gotta look.
lower ability duration, so you'll have to recast.
I gotta look. I know I got a lot though.
But therefore, it maximizes your potential damage even further.
Because I only think I'm missing one or two.
Not with Roar, but with Nourish. Here,
so I know I don't have the buzzsaw.
Completely energy autonomous, because the only
I know that for a fact. I don't have the Cougar buzzsaw.
But it is massively multiplied by Nourish into
that might be the only one I'm missing
per second if everything is stacked up. This way, we don't need to rely on anti-orbs, we don't need to rely on companions, equilibrium, whatever, right? If we are in a boss situation where we don't have any access to that, Energy Nexus and Nourish will always have us covered, and we will always have enough energy to recast Mesmer Skin and keep ourselves invincible whenever we need it. Alright though, up next I want to go for a much flashier build that is completely ridiculous because it is literally able to one-hit level cap enemies, even over guarded Eximus units. Let's talk about the one-hit Reef build. And here's the fun part, is that I actually have a separate Revenant with different Archon charts just to make this whole thing work. Let's talk about it. Now, before we get into the build itself, I want to very clearly explain what my goal for this build was. As I said, we're trying to one-hit every non-damage attenuation enemy in the game. And usually, that's actually not really all that special with Revenant. All we need to do is have around 300% ability strength, prime the enemy with 10 viral procs, and then our Reeve will always one-hit them.
He said over 300 ability strength. Over 300? What? That's every goddamn mod plus a charge.
how clever you must think you are.
It's one hit though. The main
Alright, there we go, we got it.
I'm gonna show you now is that you don't have to do this extra step with the viral priming anymore at all. You will be able to just press rave without any viral priming whatsoever all the time. Pure convenience. So yeah, also here, let's first talk about helmet abilities, and this is going to be very straightforward, right? We need to use Roar. There is no other way to make this build work other than Roar. The reason for that is that we need to get as much damage out of Reef as possible, and Roar is just the best way to do that. Then, let's go to the Archon chart.
Oh, he said take the Himalith
unfortunately necessary.
and put Raw.
Want to forego
Put Rhino's Raw on Revenant.
that you go for 5 Tau Forged Red Ones all into ability strength. Next, let's talk about the build itself. And also here, it is pretty straightforward. We need to max out our ability strength as much as humanly possible. Growing Power, Power Drift, Mold Augmented, Augur Secrets, Blind Rage, Transient Fortitude, and Umbral Intensify.
Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Everything into strength, no compromises. Now, you might think, why are we using Umbral Intensify and not Precision Intensify? Because technically Precision Intensify would give our Roar even more damage bonus. Well, the reason for that is actually pretty simple, and it is that we rather have less ability strength, but therefore affect both Reef and Roar, rather than taking away even more ability strength from Reef in order to buff up Roar. I've tested both variants, and with Precision Intensify, Reef was not possible to one-hit. With Umbral Intensify, it was. So yeah, so much for the ability strength. One more thing that I want to explain here would be Stretch, because Stretch is pretty nice.
21 in
It makes
total?
the fog
Okay.
wall of Reef bigger, and therefore we hit more enemies with it. If you
So maybe I got 20 out of 21
by the way,
then,
also go
because
for Archon Stretch,
I
which
think the
has
only one I'm
potential to
missing,
give
I
you
gotta double
more
check, but I think the
energy.
only one I'm missing is
One thing that I would highly recommend though would
the
be Streamline,
Kluva
because more ability efficiency is always nice, as this is quite the spam heavy build. But, and this is the big but with this skill, even at 412% ability strength and almost 500% if everything that we have here is stacked up, this is unfortunately still not enough to make Reef one hit. We need one more additional step, and that would be the Grimoire Hammer secondary.
What?
All of us already know what the Grimoire is, right? It's a tome-type weapon, and if you shoot the alt fire, you can activate these mods here that will give you up to 60% additional ability strength. And this right here is what makes the whole build click. I mean, yes, technically there is also the Madurai Focus School, and the Madurai Focus School can give you even more ability strength, but I personally think that the Grimoire is just more convenient to use in day-to-day gameplay, and really we don't need even more ability strength after using the Grimoire. So, let me show you how this whole thing is gonna work in practice. First of all, you wanna have your Mold Augmented stacked up to 250 times like I have in the background. Then, you wanna fire the alt fire of your Grimoire into a group of enemies to get the 60% ability strength boost like you see in the top right corner there. This will also activate the growing power boost right next to it. Now we have the maximum possible ability strength. While both of these buffs are active, we want to cast our Roar. Now it must be at 167%. And the great thing is that Roar will stay at 167% even when all the other buffs have already run out. Because we don't need these other buffs to stay active. We only need Roar, and that is it. Now, as long as Roar is on, you can simply use Reef, and all the enemies will instantly die in one hit. That's it. Don't need to activate anything else, don't need to do absolutely anything whatsoever. The only thing that you gotta do is, once Roar runs out, like we see right now, activate the alt fire again to stack up the two buffs, and then reactivate Roar, and now you're good to go for another like 35 seconds, and reeve through absolutely everything, take it out in one go. Now, to be 100% fair though, this is a very high investment build with all these Archon shards and all the ability strength, and it is only for the convenience of not having to do viral priming. If, however, you're perfectly okay with viral priming, then you can go for something like this here.
this is kind of sort of the same idea, just that here we use viral priming with like a secondary or maybe a Panzerwolperpfeiler, and then we don't need the Archon shards and we don't need all that much ability strength, and it's also going to be perfectly fine. And now, last but definitely not least, let's talk about the brand new 2026 Spin to Win build.
No one's ever gotten rich by staying clean. Welcome to a world where the salmon fight back. The weapons shoot to krill. The gadgets help you ink outside the box. The treasure's as spicy as you make it, and the world is yours for the taking.
Alright, let's see what we got here.
To Win build. This one, I absolutely love it, and it makes it.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I got them all, because and it's what, 2? I think the only one I'm missing is the buzzsaw. Because that's the Kuva weapon right there. Third, and then there'll be the buzzsaw. So that's 2. No, so I am missing some. Unless it's the ones that I didn't take. That's the Twin Stubbers, the New Core, the Seer. Yeah,
Those
I
macabre
see one I'm
finally
missing.
Steel Path viable. As our Subsume ability of choice, we go with the newest helmet ability in the game, Jade Stars from series N01. Jade Stars is really cool as it surrounds you with these recharging Jade
that's the one I'm
Stars,
forgetting
and whenever
about
you
too.
deal damage to an enemy, either with your weapon or with your ability, these will shoot out towards the affected enemy and
I
deal
got
a
these
heat
two.
AoE damage to them and all the enemies that are close to them.
Oh, that's...
The special thing with Jade Stars, though, is that the status chance is scaling with your ability strength. So if you have more strength, you're going to inflict more heat procs per Jade Star. And that can get very, very strong on high ability strengths.
So it's
For
19
the
out of
Archon shards,
20.
I used this on my Revenant that already has the 5 shards for the other build, but you personally don't have to invest that much into
So
ability
what
strength.
am I missing?
If you want to, you can go for something like more casting speed. One of those yellow shards might actually be good. Or for the energy economy, as you're going to see when we take a look at the mods, more effectiveness on energy orbs might actually be a pretty decent
Oh, the
idea
Kraken.
too.
I'm missing the
What's
Kraken.
more important, though, would be the build
Right.
on Revenant himself. And before we get into the mods here, I actually want to talk about
That's the
these
secondary.
two
I'm missing the
arcades.
Kraken.
Because we kind of sort of intend to break Jade Stars a little bit with this one. See, in and of itself, Jade Stars is an ability that can't
The Ghoul
crit.
Saw.
However, for some reason, the developers still gave it a crit chance and crit damage value
Is
in
this
the
a
game
secondary?
code. Just that, the crit chance is 0% and the crit damage is 1x. What this means for us, though, is that we can still
Okay,
go
so
and
yeah, I'm
use
missing
flat
3.
crit chance buffs, like Arcane Avenger, to increase that
I'm
crit
missing
chance from
3.
0 to 45%.
2 of the secondaries.
And we can go and use flat crit damage buffs, like
And
Tenacious Bond or Arcane Crepuscular, to increase that 1 times crit
the
damage
1 melee
all the way
weapon.
up to 5.2 times. Oopsie. So yeah, that is the reason
Right.
why for this build we have to go with Arcane Avenger for
Oh,
the
wait,
crit
I
chance
don't-
and Arcane
wait, I don't
Crepuscular
think I got
for
the
that
Conqueror.
3x critical damage multiplier. Now, in order to trigger
So I have
Arcane
the
Avenger,
Conqueror.
we need to use Combat Discipline as our aura mod. This is because
Oh,
as
no, I got
Revenant
the
we will have
Conqueror.
Mesmer Skin, aka we're not going to take damage,
Dog,
and we need to
Ogre.
take some hits in order to trigger this. By the way, ideally,
Yeah,
you
so I
wouldn't
got
want to
the
go for a
Conqueror.
max rank Combat Discipline, but like for a rank 0 one if you can afford it with the mod capacity, so that you take
Baboon.
less damage per kill. Next, though, we need to talk about Arcane Crepuscular. This one is all nice and well with a 3x final crit damage, but we haven't talked about the fact that you have to be invisible.
I'm missing two secondaries.
So,
the Kraken and the Barak, the shotgun and handgun.
Here, we
That's
use Shade, or alternatively, you can use the Urusku.
And I'm missing the Kuva Ghoul Soul.
What you really need with the entire Shade build and everything is this right here. Ghost.
Yeah, so I'm only missing 3.
Close to enemies, and the invisibility is only broken if there are no enemies nearby, or if you fire a weapon. Great thing though is that with this build, we're constantly gonna go and use our abilities, and we don't use our weapon at all. So this invisibility will constantly be on. On top of that, we of course go for Tenacious Bond because it gives us another 1.2 times final crit damage multiplier. And all we need to do to trigger this is
I'm only missing 3.
Weapon that has 50% crit chance or more. Rest of the Revenant build then is pretty self-explanatory. We go for a lot of ability strength because more ability strength means more status chance on our Jade Stars. More heat procs inflicted per thrown out Jade Star. Very, very strong. One thing we do need to take a little bit of care for, though, is our energy economy, because with both of our arcane slots filled, that leaves no space for Arcane Energize, and also with our Shade Companion not really attacking enemies, that means Equilibrium and Deconstruct, you know, the combo that we usually use to generate energy, that kind of sort of doesn't work here either. So what we do instead is, we don't have any energy income economy, but just focus on as much
so I guess I got 19 out of the 21.
As well as Streamline. With those, in Steel Path, usually I get by pretty nicely with, you know, no extra energy income whatsoever. In addition to all the ability strength, I also decided to go for Archon Vitality with this one. Archon Vitality makes it that heat damage from abilities will be applied twice, which should technically turn our Jade Stars from inflicting 3 heat procs per Jade Star to inflicting 6. Unfortunately, that is not how it works. Because Archon Vitality, when combined with Jade Stars, unfortunately only gives 1 additional heat proc per Jade Star. So, in other words, you turn 3 heat procs into 4. Normally, I would say that's not really worth it.
Damn, I ain't got enough to
get
none of that
else
shit.
we can put into this slot. We can't use Blind Rage because it would kill the ability efficiency to the point where we can't sustain the build anymore. I've tested it, it didn't work out. What I'm saying is, this is technically a flex slot if you have something that you really want to put into here, but I personally tested a lot of different mods and Archon Vitality was just the best option.
I don't have none of flare shit.
But okay, let me also quickly show how this build would be played in practice. First of all, you wait until your shade turns you invisible. Right now, I am actually invisible. The reason why I'm visible is because of my option settings, but in the top right corner, you will see that Arcane Crepuscular is active, and I am invisible.
Damn.
Once you are invisible, activate your Jade Stars for maximum ability strength. Also here, the Jade Stars do exist that just have black energy color, because otherwise it would be a lot on screen. And then, all you gotta do is activate your Danse Macabre. This will then shoot out the Jade Stars to the enemies. You can see enemies are being set on fire left and right. And once the first couple of enemies die, this will trigger, you see it, Arcane Avenger, and then all the Jade Stars will be critical, and
I still gotta get damn near 200 more to
These
get
were, of
the
course,
goddamn
heavy
blueprint.
gunners, so very tanky enemies over level 200. And you can imagine that in normal gameplay, it will absolutely melt away the enemies. They have 0 chance of survival. They will just absolutely drown in heat procs, and it's very, very fun, and gives Danse Macabre the juice that
And I would need 2 of these.
And now also learn everything about the new limited time summer event right here. Big thank you to Demon Lord Cell, Demon Emperor, and
I would need 2.
Pepperwolf, Mihawk,
Shit, I would need 2 of those to even god damn, to even build the damn, that's a lot. I'm gonna need 2 of those to build wood. And build what? Ooh, excuse me, y'all. Build 1 to feed to the Himmelith. That's crazy. That's gonna be a lot of work. That's gonna be a lot of fucking work, y'all. Now, what the hell is the... Oh, riot, right? I got the riot receiver, riot barrel. Alright, so at least we can get to work on that. I still need some resources for this. Damn, y'all. Damn, that takes a former? Oh, I need more former. I need a lot more former.
Orgus is how angry. I may require maintenance after all.
I just finished doing the sister too, man. It's funny, I just finished doing it. And I ended up using all my fucking lures to bring her out because I missed on the first two. Speaking of that, this is the weapon I got from the sisters. The rocket launcher. Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's still in the fountain.
Ready to kick bottom.
Alright. Yep. Yeah, so this is the one I got from the sister. Good thing about this one though, I think this one got the high. I think this one got the high heat damage. No, wait, what's this say? Impact. Impact. No, wait. That shit ain't got it. Cold. Cold. Oh, shit. I haven't used this shit in a minute. Yeah. I could tell by this build. I haven't used this shit in a minute. But we about to merge this biatch. Yeah, it did have heat damage. Of course. There we go. Then I put one on there. Put a potato. And what was I thinking with this bill? I don't even know. Corrosive, right? Heat, hammer shot. Don't need that. That's how I know this is an old bill. Not yet. Not yet. Interesting. Blast radius of weapons. That's blast. What did I say? Blast range. No. Oh. It's multi-shot punch through. Crit damage. Yeah, we're gonna have to format this again. Yeah, it's gonna take like 2 formers to make everything fit, because that's 12. I could put that here. That brings that up to 91. Matter of fact, that would have to work. How much is left? 4. Damn, I don't know why I feel like I wasted that. Why I feel like I wasted that.
Your duty in this experiment is to dispatch as many specimens as efficiently as possible.
Feast flesh for gold.
Yeah, just so y'all get an idea how this shit work. This is the missile, this is the rocket launcher. A rocket launcher. I ain't gonna front, the rocket launcher is strong. You can do it in regular mode. Like, you got some kickback. Then if you put it in aim mode, it'll aim and it'll follow wherever the target's at. If only my dogs would stop killing everything in sight. Damn, they just killing everything. Come on, Panther. Yeah, so basically what you do is when you shoot it, if you're aiming, when you shoot it, wherever you point the arrow, the missile follows it. So I thought that was kind of fire. So like you shoot it, yeah, see the missile follows whatever you're aiming at. No.
Data conduit is open.
Let's see. Fuck the sea.
Hunter, you are running out of time. Enter the data conduit.
You will regret angering me. Your betters.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, this joint ain't bad. I just stopped using it. I just was working on leveling it up, then I stopped using it. But for what it's worth, this ain't a bad weapon. Might want to put some projectile speed on this, though.
Nothing more.
Tell you, once you point that beam at him, the missile is definitely going to wherever the beam is pointed at, the rocket. Oh.
A new data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone.
How far you have fallen. Did you not have the sense to flee?
opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately.
I was becoming restless. I remember this being more of a challenge. Sit upon a throne of your making!
Enter the conduit, now.
You thought to stop me? I would have retreated. Shall all become dust and ash.
efficiency is failing. I need more conflict. Specimens must experience unmatched stress. Increase your effort. Enter the conduit now.
Behold, your ruin.
Oh shit, I didn't even do that. That's what I get.
Hunter, you exceed expectations. You are far more exciting and complex than any
I did not mean to
specimen in
do
my
that.
sanctuary.
Hold on. Yeah, so that's the weapon. That's not that bad. I'm gonna work on that. It's actually kind of good. The rocket launcher.
The devil hungers. Let us feast.
I hear you, player. Damn, they want 370 plat for temple. That's insane. That's crazy. So I don't have. Only people I'm missing on this side is.
Otis finds it odd that humans only get a few years to live, yet spend most of that time
doing everything wrong.
Mushroom,
learning how.
Yareli, and Folly. Alright. I ain't feel like farming Folly. So out of all the frames, I'm only missing 4. Folly, Temple, Noko and Ureli. Alright, that's not bad. And honestly, I'd take the fucking Prime, Ureli Prime, not to have to go through the headache I had to go through to get the first Ureli. Oh my god, Bumbleclad, stop it! Nope. I take that back. Damn, I thought I had some pieces or something. Oh. There we go. I'm only missing one piece? No. Yep. One piece. Systems. One piece.
Saddle up.
The next one's 500 kills, right? I ain't gonna do that one tonight. Tech rock with abilities. Oh shit. $500 with melee weapon. It's not gonna be that bad. This time around, it was not that bad. It's actually quite. Cause what's this one? 500 with melee weapons. That won't be a problem. 250 scholarship troops to get the army. I definitely want another one of them Omnifama. So this is the biggest one in the calendar. Kill 500, but at least it's. Well, really, no, that 500 with the melee weapons. That was gonna take longer. Oh shit, blue shard. What's the missions? Oh, fucking spy. Oh shit.
I make exceptions for the exceptional.
Damn. 2 days left, y'all. Before this ends. 2 days left before the Nora night wave is over. And the Amir update begins. So make sure y'all use up all your credit, because it does not roll over. So get up what you can. Finish what you can. Ooh, excuse me, Mama Bamba Claude. What the fuck is wrong with me? Feed the helm if any resource. That's easy. So that put me at 9,000. Emote, that's 10,000. Decoration, that's yeah, this is too easy. Complete a sortie, that's unlock 10 relics. What? That could be in a survival.
It's time for Nora to
I'm about
say
to get
goodnight.
2 of them right now. Oh, it's an in mission. It's probably in mission.
Shall we?
Yeah, that's in mission. Okay, that one was easy.
Words coming in of so many of you being your best selves. Nora is just beside herself with admiration.
That'll be one stupid one. Oh, Bumblecart. Damn, I don't even know which one to use. Let's get 2 of those. Oh, that is pretty fire. That is pretty fire. Where will we put it?
Any of y'all see the feeds light up? It's going down, kids.
I don't know why I did that. I was trying to do this. Or you could scale and rotate. That's what I was trying to do. Rotate. Boom. See what it looked like on the floor. Oh, yeah, I thought it was much bigger. Whatever. That was easy.
You keep being you, dreamers.
10 relics is next. There's something else I needed to do. I did Palladino. Got everything Palladino. I need to check Teshin. And smoke a bogey before I get up out of here. Oh shit.
Narrative that we were born in error so that we would move throughout our lives like we are mistakes. But we gotta lift as we climb. Because like I said, we were born on purpose and with a purpose. That's what this is all about.
And we should be able to go.
It's like that, y'all. Say great day.
And
for decades, his music has been more than something we listen to.
And we should
worked hard.
For the one
in the day when I was
we gonna live it up, we gonna live it up. Hey, you know that I got you with me, yeah. We gonna live it up, we gonna live it up. Say I'm just a friend, what you say I'm just more crazy.
Where was this link at? How the fuck did I not see that? Okay, now my shit is freezing. What's going on here? Why is my shit acting up? 1 second, y'all. I just gotta check something. What the fuck is this? That's kind of fire. Okay, I need to go check Teshin real quick. Let's see what Teshin is doing. But we need to start running some steel. Oh, I don't got 118. I was about to say I got 118 on the steel pass. That's more like it. I only got 13. Damn, and I need 20. I need to start running some more steel path. 15, I can't get nothing. I mean, I got all the good shit. This one. Oh, you can't even see it because of my colors. The black, the skull of femur. What's that? The orbit, I got that one. But because of the colors, you can't see it. Damn, they want 75 for, oh, this is a 3 former pack. Oh, I could use that. And this is 20 steel essence. I need one of these. I only got 13. It's because I haven't been running the damn, I've been running steel path. I gotta start running some more steel path, man. Let's do a quickie. Fuck it. So this will let me know that as much as I like that Stynax build that I was working on, I gotta figure out Stynax survivability, because I brought Stynax to this steel path in the void and got mollywopped. I was like, wait a minute, what happened to all that fly shit I was doing? None of that shit worked in steel path.
Your corpses will remain before me.
Like, none of that shit worked. I was getting mollywopped so bad with Stynax that I came back with, I think it was Calervo, either Calervo or Uriel, just to make sure I wasn't tripping. Came back and killed everybody. So that shit had me pissed. I'm like, wait a minute, all that Stynax shit I was doing on the lower levels where you killing everybody, and the Overguard mod, that shit did not work at all.
I remember this being more of a challenge.
So I'm thinking,
get ready for a capsule.
That invisible build on Stynax has to work, because that's the one that I see most people doing when it comes to Stynax. And that's the one thing that I think that, yeah, that works with keeping him alive. Because even with putting the casting speed, so he can remain like invulnerable while he's doing his
capsule to the area.
That shit ain't work.
Activating it will buy you more time.
Because he can still get hit while he's in the air doing his 4. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the difference between somebody like Steinax and Uriel. Steinax was getting mollywopped, and Uriel comes in here and just start ragdolling motherfuckers. Like it's nothing. Same thing with Calevo. When I came in here with Calevo had motherfuckers running for cover. They were running for their lives and shit. We old school with how we be testing our frames, right? We gotta test them in battle.
Support incoming.
Still path battle. Don't even wait to build them up.
Another life support capsule.
Unless, you see, that would fuck up the mod setup I got on Steinax. Unless I put rolling guard. Like if I put rolling guard on him, I think that would fix the problem.
Was to run.
Look, I didn't even have to hit him. Yo. I didn't even have to hit him. I didn't even hit him. The Panthers took care of my light work. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all.
To a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
challenge for my conscripts.
Never fear! Your right-hand Grenier is here!
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Next time, friend.
What a waste. dust and ash. Your armor as a deception. Behold, your ruin.
Look what our TENNO operative just found. They could not do this without you.
You have failed your betters. Begone, pests.
The TENNO come to scavenge and desecrate this sacred realm. My brothers, did I not tell of this day? Did I not prophesize this moment? It is time. I will teach these trespassers the redemptive power of my Yakasugi. They will learn its simple truth. We cannot blame these creatures. They are being led by a false prophet, an impostor who knows not the secrets of the void. The TENNO are lost, and they will resist. But I, Vor, will cleanse this place of their impurity. This death is temporary. My existence is forever. I cannot be destroyed.
streets.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
You have failed your betters. How far you have fallen. What a gift Margulis gave us.
Look what our TENNO operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Needlessly athletic in its execution, but amusing nonetheless.
Hello, how are you doing? I just turned the mic back on. See? You see how this works? Ah, you just got me killed. Let me mute.
Once consumed, now spent. And you thought to stop me?
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Dreamers.
All mods accounted for, Operator. I have not taken any.
Consider your conscience before unleashing me.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
You ever wonder who speaks for the dirt? For the untold millions of organisms living beneath your feet. Mushrooms, fungus, microbiota. The creatures that keep the circle of life turning. Nowhere is that life more fragile than the orb bounce. That's where I'm hearing it from. A voice in the darkness, calling for backup. Dreamers, are you going to answer that call? Well, it's early where Nora is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes, she wonders, does the Unum ever leave that tower? Can she leave that tower? Who is she? What is she? Someone in Cetus must have answers. Come on, sweet things. Give it up.
Keep the enemy busy while a fellow TENNO operative raids the ship for supplies. Ready? Trigger the alarm. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way. You're near a fissure.
Come and dance with the devil of Tao.
Use that reactant to open a relic. Look for personal life support modules dropped by fallen enemies. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Life support on the way. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Not even a challenge for my conscripts. I tire of your insolence.
Life support incoming.
How far you have fallen.
Collected enough reactant to open your relic. I've delivered another life support capsule.
Ah, you wish to meet my better selves? So be it. Conscripts, to work! have you treated? Bad form. Answer was to run.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you need it, extraction is ready. Another job well executed. The devil hungers. Let us feast!
Spectacular, I know.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
Okay. So, barroom scrap or international diplomatic incident?
Please select destination. Plotting route.
HO9 tanks, by the glory of Lua, etc., etc., cleanse the city.
Bollocks. His tanks are here to tighten his stronghold on Holvania. Marking a tank. Let's ruin his day.
Yo, Rico, that is crazy that that's still happening to you. I thought by now that you and Guy would have had the sisters and running the sisters Lich mission by now. But you're saying it still didn't come out. That is crazy. So when it came out, did it come out for Guy and it just still didn't come out for you? Or it only comes out when you run in solos?
This is about to get messy and upsetting.
Quickly, the Hex have been spotted. Engage the barricades. Seal the sector.
Ferricide barricades. That's new. Okay, you need Thermion explosive. To get that... That's our ticket. Now get to a comms terminal. Use that to call in reinforcements. For them. Hey, never said this would be easy. Stormforce squad deploying. Watch the skies. Intercept and capture a Thermion RPG.
Hex, I keep kicking you over and over again like a big, dumb, dead horse, and you don't learn, and I'm tired! I'm so tired! Stormfall! Please! Save me the bother! Arthur, how does it feel, I wonder, to send your friends to die?
I'd ask you the same, but I don't believe there's anyone who'd rightly call you friend, Victor.
Now you melt away like Velamir's snowflakes.
Oh look, another barrier. Does Victor really think this'll stop us?
To get rid of these slugs. Throw more troops at them. Shall I write it on your hand?
Turn this chance meeting into a massacre. Exquisite.
Put your hands on a Thermian RPG and shoot down the barrier. Don't make me ask you again.
Tanks of my father's wars, and invulnerable to tech rot.
Don't look now, but you've got a Stormfall squad coming your way. Want to find out what their Thermian rockets will do to that thing's armor?
Nightingale. Do you think the citizens of my fair city will rise up and follow your beautiful song? Have you looked in the mirror? You are as hideous as the blight they cower from. You are a common thrush.
This pillock is gonna get this entire town killed. Mark my words.
Stormfall, descend upon me. Show no quarter, show no mercy.
Don't look now, but you've got a Stormfall squad coming your way. I've got a bad feeling. Finish it off fast.
What have you, filthy, wretched, diseased creatures done to my beautiful tank?
Now do you see what you're dealing with, Victor? You can't control this. You can't manage it or exploit it. Hex, let's show Victor how it's done. Finish that thing. Something tells me that thing won't like it if you pop its zits. Regeneration. We'll need to find a way to make the damage stick.
seconds till I... Kidding me? Send me a challenge. Target dead. Find me another.
Tank's healing itself. Just like we do. Nothing ever comes easy in this town, does it? But you did good today. Now, get yourself out of there.
It ends the same way. How easily they break.
Dreamers, ever think about what lives below?
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Your duty in this experiment is to dispatch as many specimens as efficiently as possible. When the time comes, I will open the next data conduit.
Target down. Contact. How easily they break. Hostiles! Drop them.
Opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately.
Get rid of it! Target neutralized.
Enter the conduit now.
Remember my face while yours is melting off. Over so fast. One at a time or all at once? It ends the same way.
A data conduit is open. Go now.
Didn't you make a mess? Do you not know who you're up against?
A new data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone. Ease your mind, Hunter. There is no conclusive evidence these data immortals possess memory persistence. They should retain no recollection of what you have done to them.
Confirmed kill. Do this. Ugh. Shrug me. Second skin. Huh. Ah, kidding me? Send me a challenge.
Data conduit is open. Go now.
You went up against an apex predator. What did you expect?
Hurry, Hunter. The conduit is closing fast.
Enemies inbound. Execution complete. You'll run out of ammo long before I run out of spores. That's what you get. Good kill.
Enter the conduit now.
This is not time for grudges. These fools are just...
Hunter, you are running out of time. Enter the data conduit. A fever pitch. You create fascinating readings, Hunter. Do not stop now.
What did you expect? Mercy? Bring it. Target neutralized. Off the toxic spore lady. That'll end well.
I've opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately.
That's what you get.
data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone.
Kidding me? Send me a challenge. Fascinating. I must ask Miss Velasco to explain how this all works. Dead. Next.
Enter the conduit now.
Drop. Zone is hot. Oh, is it still twitching? Ugh, didn't you make a mess?
This experiment will fail if your efficiency drops further. I have opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately. Hunter, you are running out of time. Enter the data conduit. Specimens must experience unmatched stress. Increase your effort. Hunter, the sanctuary will go on without you.
Ready to kick
bottom.
Operator, Ordis is sorry.
Happy
to report that all my good jokes are gone.
Alright, my good people, on that note, we're going to get up out of here. It looks like it's almost 3, so we'll wrap it up. Yo, Rico, I'm going to try to help you out on that next time I jump on, bro, see what the problem is. And I got to work on this Sarah, man, because my build on Sarah is an old build, and even though I got her the strength up and all of that shit, I don't like the fact that there's no survivability. There's something I'm doing wrong. Yeah, it's something that's missing on this Saren build that, like, I might. That's what I was doing with that last little level up run. I was trying to see if I could get enough space to put rolling guard in here. But I don't know. I might take off one of these because her strength is so high right now. But yeah, I'm gonna work on this. Another time. But I don't like the fact that she didn't have no fucking survivability. Like, once it started leveling up, and shit, and still past, she would have got mollywopped at that rate, because all the ones that was one shot, now those wasn't even strong enemies. You know, so something's off. I gotta figure out what the fuck's the problem with this. It's something off. So maybe take off one of these strengths and put something else. Because then I gotta look at her new augment mods too, because maybe one of the augment mods for her might be it might be an option. Yeah, that takes it down to 290. God damn, it takes it down from 290 to 345. Yeah, something's not right. I gotta figure out what the fuck is the problem. Something's not right now. I don't understand why. Fuck, she's dying so easily. That still leaves me with 3. Yep. Still not enough. Yeah, it's still not enough. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. I gotta look up a build on her. Even that prime redirection could be a little bit better. Get some shields and a little bit of health, but the health goes down. Yeah, the health went down big time. No, that's not it. I meant to do this. Prime Vigor. That's the one I meant. Prime Vigor. That might help. That might help. But oh shit. That's still what, 319 health? 319 strength. That's still more than enough. Duration back up. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. Something's not right. Something's not adding up. And I'm gonna take this off because Nourish is alright, but it ain't gonna work well with this build. It's definitely not gonna work well with this build. I need shit that's gonna keep her alive. Nope. Oh, that's interesting. Gain between 10 to 20 charms, but cannot gain the invulnerability. That's interesting. Dash through enemies as a wall. Oh, that's the one from Revenant. Reeve. Dash through enemies as a wall, sending energy, leeching shields and health. That's interesting. Alright, yeah, I'll work on this tomorrow, because I'm fucking blind right now, but, yeah. Because this shit right here, I gotta figure out what the hell is that? Attacks that consume energy to heal yourself. No. Rebuild shields. No. Yeah, that Reeve is something. I gotta think about that. I'll think about that. I definitely wouldn't mind running Saren again, but I gotta, she gotta be able to survive. Cause in Steel Path right now, she would've got one, running what I just ran, yeah, she would've got one shot at. And nah, I can't have that. Alright, my good people, y'all take care of yourselves. You know, be safe out there tomorrow. And we'll do it all again on the next one. Everybody, be easy. Catch y'all later.